Well, good morning. It's Wednesday at more or less 10ish, and this is Relaxing Painting with Dice and Dungeons. And what we're doing today is picking up where we left off on Friday. Sorry we missed on Monday, but, it was Monday. And things happen in real life as opposed to this life where we're doing dungeon tiles. So, as you might have recalled, what we did on Friday was that we base coated a whole lot of brown, did some walls, did floors, did lintels, did doors, and a whole bunch of gray stuff as well. And we're going to be picking up on that today. We have several steps for each of these, and I'm going to try to pace it so that I can just keep going. So I'm going to start actually with the washing the wood. Okay, well, I'm going to try to keep it on camera. So I'm using this thing called smoky ink, which makes this kind of bland brown, very pretty brown, but bland, really spark out. And these walls will then have this part in here is stucco, and that gets painted a different color altogether. So I'm going to wash these early on because I want that wash to dry before I start painting the stucco. And the same thing is true of these doors. The wood panels get washed, okay, but then the rest of this is painted as a dark silvery color because it's metal, and the wash on the panels needs to dry as well. So what I'm hoping is that I can get these washed, and then I'll just wash the floors. This is like an inside corner, and once this is washed, it's done. And the lintels, these things which go across the tops of the operating doors, the working doors, so when those are washed, those are done. And while I'm waiting for the wash to dry, I'm going to go to these guys. These are the gray base coated, and there's a little touch up. There's lots of spots where the gray didn't quite cover. Like there's a little light spot there, a little light spot there, just tiny little spots all over. So I get to use a small brush and just sort of dab all over everything. Do that. And while I'm letting the touch-up dry, okay, and I also have to do the door frames. These need to be painted in brown and washed, the smoky ink. In thinking about that, since I'm going to be using the smoky ink wash, I might just do that first. I had to wait for these to dry, so I didn't get to it, but I think I'll paint the door frames brown, set those aside. By the time I'm done washing all of this, I probably can wash that. And then I can do the gray touch-up, and then I will paint the door frames and the, after I do the gray touch-up, then I have to paint the accent blocks on at least the walls and the pillars. So that will be a thing, and then hopefully this will be dry enough I can do the doors and the stucco. And while that's happening, hopefully the accent blocks will be dry enough that I could actually wash all of the gray. Yeah, so a whole lot of things in sort of an order to try to maximize how much I can get done without having to try to paint over wet paint, which is never really a good idea. So when I'm doing these doors, when I painted the panels, I could hold them on the edges and get the wood color, the brown color in, but now I have to paint all the edges around them, so I'm going to use this high-tech toothpick technique where I put a toothpick into the pinhole for the hinge, and I hold on to it that way while I paint the frame. And then I put them in this high-tech holder here, which was a piece of wood with holes in it that holds that up. And I can either do that by just sticking it in, or I can put it on an alligator clip, stick the alligator clip in, And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 of these, and I might just try to do that. I might just try to like clip 2 onto each of these alligator clips and stick that in. That's a little more stable. Yeah, so that's the plan. We'll see how that plan goes. And we will start by mixing the brown paint, which we're going to use to paint the door frames here on these cut and rough stone walls. Those will be the last things I'll wash, probably, with the smoky. And then, depending on how things go, I might be doing some of the little scatter stuff. Since I'm filling time here, I need to make this throne, which has been primed, look more or less like this. The color scheme will be reversed. The bottom will be the dark blue, and the top will be gray. And I might do that after I paint the accent blocks and before I do the wash. Because, or maybe even before I do the accent blocks, when I have the gray paint out, I'll paint the top of it gray. I decided to do the wash on this after I did the detail, and that turned out to be a bad idea. So somehow or other, I had to get brave with a little brush and wash all of these stones, make them look stone. Anyway, yeah, so there's that. And then I've got these flames. This is part of a trap set. And I want this flame to end up looking like this. So depending on how it goes, I might put the base coat of yellow on. I need to put 2 coats of the yellow that I'm using. Yeah, what I do is I grab it with an alligator clip right at the tip, because the tip is ending up red later. I know that. So I might get that done too. It's just kind of a little thing to do in between everything else. Anyway, take my glasses off so I can see close up. Who is my favorite artist? Oh my. I have a couple. I really like Jackson Pollock. I like the kind of spatter work. But I also, let's see. Yeah, it's hard to remember. The Hopper. I like Hopper. I know I have to talk about Hopper a little bit, because everybody thinks that his work is, showing isolation and things like that. And I think what a lot of his work, like the woman who is the working in the theater, showing people their seats. She's just off by her side after the movie shows because she's just like taking a break. Anyway, and Roy Lichtenstein, I really like his stuff. Yeah. So, I've sometimes Nikki and I say, okay, if you could have like 5 paintings, who would they be? You just like one from each artist, and those would be the top 3. And I think to say Lichtenstein really comes out on top of those 3, and then the other 2, and then 4th is kind of a cliche, but it would be Van Gogh. I really like the heavy brush work and the way that all looks. Okay, and then the 5th is Modigliani, and you don't see much of Modigliani's stuff. Did little portraits and things, but if you look him up, I really kind of like that. So Lichtenstein first, and then the others. What about you? Yes, number 1 is Liechtenstein. I think I really, really like the humor in Liechtenstein's work. Now, probably, in real life, as it always turns out, okay, yeah, I'm here until it'll be about 2 o'clock. We go from 10 until 2. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays most of the time. Yeah, come back. Join us later today and on Friday. Eastern U.S., Michigan. Our 10 until 2 is Eastern time zone. Where are you at? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, so it's like mid-afternoon there. That makes it a little more, well, not too bad. You can watch it in the afternoon and evening there. It's people who are out to our west, who are just barely waking up by the time they're finishing. Thank you for joining in, and become a subscriber if you would like. Tell your friends and relatives all about Dice and Dungeons. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Thanks so much. Starting out really great here today. Trying to paint this little bit of a door frame, and managed to get paint on fingers already. At least it won't be until later today that I need to do more detail work other than this door frame. And I'm doing this just to try to time the work so that I'm not just sitting around waiting for something to dry. I'm glad that I'm doing this before I do the gray touch-up, because I already splattered paint off. I'm not staying in the lines. I'm not keeping my crayons in the lines here today. I think I might use a larger brush just to fill these in. I'm going to do the outlines of the door frames first, and then use a larger brush to fill in, even though that means wasting a little bit of paint and having to clean another brush, but the surface area is just large enough that it would take forever with this little brush, and it wouldn't cover very evenly. The thing is, I'm actually staying on camera. It's always kind of a pleasant surprise for me. So I'm going to get through as much of this as I can today. You know, there's several steps that need to be done on each of these sets of tiles, and each one requires the previous one to dry. So I'm finishing this door frame here on this gray stone set because it needs to be washed with the same wash we use on the other wood on these tiles. On Friday, after painting the gray, it wasn't dry, so I couldn't do this, but get this done, and then this will be dry enough I could wash it when I bring the wash out for everything else. That. And these need to have their stucco painted later. So I'm going to be doing the wash of the wood. And as soon as I finish these door frames, I'm going to start washing, and I'm going to start with the doors, the metal doors, and then the stucco walls, and then the floors. And I'm going to come back to these guys and do touch-up and accent blocks. The wash is drying on the doors and the stucco walls, and hopefully it will be dry enough that I can paint the stucco while the accent blocks are drying on the stone, and hopefully the accent blocks will be dry enough that I can start doing the washing on those. And if I have to wait for something to dry, you know, like it's just not ready for the next step to happen yet, I can it's different on this one. I can always work on like the flames and the gas clouds for the trap tile. We start getting coats. Those are a multi-coat process. One thing I need to remember is when I get the gray paint out again to do gray touch-up, which I need to do before I do the accent blocks. These grays is to do the base coat on the sarcophagus and the throne. Taking odds right now, what you want to do to be safe is you want to bet against me, okay? Because 150 million years old. Distracted by what is right in front of you. Get the multiple steps that you promised to do in order to make the work complete and efficient and complete. Okay. Time a couple of weeks ago, I had this set up really well so that the camera was always showing something like that, and I wasn't too much behind the light from the camera, but it got unsettled. Then I get to look at the top of my head while I bend over and do this little touchy thing, getting these door frames. For some reason, I don't know, the gray base coat looks really scabby. I think I was in that much of a hurry last time. Get it done. But anyway, sometimes there's just like 3 or 4 little white spots on something and it just looks bad, but it turns out that it, you know, it's like 3 little dabs of paint and it's fixed. So there will be that. Okay, I can let this go in the wash water, which I put somewhere. Need to wash this brush, and I can't find where I put my wash water because I know I set it down here. You're going to have to excuse me for a minute while I find that. I might just fill another one. Be right back. Sorry. There we go. Now I have 2. Paint up this brush. Pick a slightly larger brush to finish these door frames. It isn't much of it, but with that little brush, the little detail brush, it just takes forever. Do what takes like a couple of seconds with a larger brush. Being very timid with the paint today for some reason. We got a fair amount of time to get this done, so I will take my time and try to do it right. Usually the case that painting works better. I always found it counterintuitive, but it works better if there's more paint on the brush than less. You'd think with more paint it would be harder to control, and it would slop around and splash and spill, but basically, if you don't have enough paint, it doesn't spread evenly. It doesn't cover it all. Okay, so this is base coated on the door frame, and these will be washed not at the same time, but when I have the washout for the floors and doors and lintels. Yes, I will do a flip for you as soon as I finish these door frames. I just showed you how these doors work before I started painting them, but I'll show you after. The doors work. They open and close. You've got a little pin hinge through them. And the pin goes down into this hole on the bottom of the floor there. And on our dungeon tiles, we have working doors, which is really cool because then a DM can use those to position your opposing mobs, or the party can use them to position themselves against the opposing mobs. You can hide behind a door. You don't have to pretend the door is opened or closed, because it actually is either opened or closed. Yep, there's a lot of gray that needs to be touched up on these, so I'm going to just set these aside because I'm not working on those for a little while. Yeah. So. Okay. And I need to flip something, so I will flip a toothpick. Side, and that's the other. You can see how very much not different they are. So here we go. That's one flip. It's a rotational flip. There's the end over end flip that went off camera. There we go. So there's the flipping. Okay, so I'm going to be using the same brush I just used to fill in the door frame to use it for the wash, so I want to get it pretty clean. And I'm going to do the doors first. Do the doors first because when I use this larger brush to do the wash, it's going to get all over the frame, and then the frame's going to get painted another color. And I want that to be dry, so if I do it first, it has the longest time to dry. And then I'm going to do the walls, because then I can, after those dry, I do the stucco. So the walls need to be dry. And then I'll be doing the lintels, these things up here, and the plain floor tiles, because those will be done. And it doesn't matter how long it takes to dry. On because especially as I hold the floor tiles, there's no, I can put them on this holder. I still have to pull them off, and so I'm inevitably going to get paint on my hand. Two of these holders, the magnets on the bottom, they just grabbed all sorts of metals. Get a little drink of water. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to do these doors. Get some toothpicks here. And I need to get this tray. This clean this over a little more. So I really want to move over a little bit more. There's no room where I was working there. So the smoky ink comes in a squeeze bottle, has to be squeezed out, squeeze it into the palette. Panels, put an alligator clip on it, stick it in the holder. Do that both sides 7 times, 8 times total, and then we move on. The ink is translucent. There's less pigment in it compared to the solvent. What I find, and we've said this every time, is that it tends to settle, and so it needs to be mixed really thoroughly for every use. And in fact, stirred periodically. So we'll do like, I don't know, squeeze enough out to maybe do 2 doors. We'll see how far it goes. It tends to cover a lot of surface area. But after, after a few minutes, the stuff that's in the bottle starts to settle again, so I'll be periodically stopping to remix. Yes, Ophala, you missed the morning flip. Do you want another one? Should I do a special one for you? Let me know. Okay, so let's see how this goes this morning. And still hold it by the edges while I'm doing this wash. I am going to do that. Let's see if this brush works for that. We need to get it into the nooks and crannies down here inside the panels. But it's not as critical as the base coats, so it seemed to work okay. Messes up the bristles on the brush, but this is a pretty hardy brush. See, the grain of the door panel I think goes vertically, so I'm going to finish it by doing a vertical brush, no, horizontal brush, to try to get the wash into the panel crevices. There. Really need to, at this point, use this clip, but I'm holding the edges, but there isn't any way to set it. Well, I set them on edge before, but it seemed to be okay. But all I need to do is this one little knock, and they all go tumbling down like dominoes. That didn't work that well last time I did this. But then again, this makes it look just exceptionally messy, which is, it doesn't matter because we'll be painting all of these lattices later, and then it ends up looking really quite nice. Just see if I can set them on end like that, see if it works, because then they'll be out of the way. I won't have to use up the space that I need for the lintels. But yeah, it looks like I'm just sort of making a mess here, and I am. But I need to get it into all the corners of the panels so that the color looks sort of uniform. Yep, we're still dominoes. We're here consistently falling over. Okay, that was standing up nicely before, now it won't. There. a little flatter on the bottom surface or the top surface, depending on which way I put it, than others. And that one apparently was slightly rounded. You can see that I'm off camera again. I'm just going to do this. Move it there. That's better. It's right over my face, I know, but who needs to see that? More important that this be on camera. Maybe, before Friday's stream or maybe during break, I'll try to rearrange things so that they work up doing and let you see me at the same time. So these, the panels on these doors are supposed to be made out of wood. So we have a convention, a standard way of painting wood with kind of a neutral kind of brown, a chocolatey kind of brown, with smoky ink wash, it's called. And the smoky ink is a little bit of red in it, and so it really brings out the grain in the wood grain in the print. Makes it look like the kind of wood you would want on your floors at home. It looks actually very pretty. That's the technique we decided ages ago that we were going to be basically using for our dungeon tiles, because we as you can see even here, and this is a small gathering of tiles, kind of finishing up some things, filling in pieces that were missing in some of the sets that we have. There's just a lot of them, and so we want them to be high quality, but we also want to be able to produce them efficiently. And so we found that a base coat with a wash for the vast majority of the tiles, the ones, floors and walls especially, not necessarily all the little detail things. We have details like the throne and the flames and slime pools and sigils and things that are a lot more detailed, that take more time, multiple colors and things like that. But in general, if you're producing dozens and dozens and dozens of these things, you want to be able to do it relatively quickly. So they're primed and then base coated in a standard color, and then washed, and the wash brings out the detail. If you were doing a display set, like if this weren't something you wanted to just play with, but you wanted it to be like hyper accurate and realistic, you'd be using different techniques and more colors. But these are large dungeon sets that we want to be high quality, all hand painted, as you can see. I've got hands and I'm painting. And we also need to have it be consistent, because you can combine sets. Like if you have a necromancer lair made out of rough stone or whatever, and a castle made out of rough stone, you might want to take parts from either one and combine them either like into one big one or some sort of hybrid where you use a few parts of each one. Sort of consistent look so that when you put them together, they look like they belong together. Now, if I'm real lucky, I will have done both sides of all of these so that when it comes time to paint the metal frame and lattice, I'm just going to check that to make sure. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to start working on now with the ink that's left here, it's starting to dry up a little bit, is I'm going to start washing the wood around for these sets, and you can see how it brings out the grain, the wood grain look in print. It really does that nicely. You can scarcely see it before washing. And you put this on, and it works down into the bottom spaces and gets brushed a little bit on the top. See the grain really well. And that didn't go very far at all, so we'll squeeze some more in here and keep going. With this, I'll probably mix it up again. These are finished front and back. So that when you put your dungeon together, you know, it looks good from both directions. Another premium feature of the Dyson Dungeons dungeon tiles is that they look good from all directions. Finished front, back, and bottom, right down to the bottom here. So now I'm going to do the floor part. The grain and then across it. Brush with the grain to get it on there, and then across. See, I want to get it into all the little channels and things, and then across so that it settles mostly in the deeper parts where the grain shows. Off camera again, nice. You should do it the way I did it when I did the base coat. I know I was messing up there. Anyway, let me do a quick comparison here. But you can see the difference between the washed and the unwashed, and both in terms of color, but also how the wood grain shows. So what I remember is that I hold it in the top and the bottom. I don't do the bottom, and then at the very end I just do the top. And that's how the sequence of painting is supposed to go. The base coat and the wash on these things. Duh. So yeah, it takes twice as long to paint both the front and the back as opposed to just painting the front of them. actually even printing front and the back. But we found with our gameplay that with the tile, it just looks like a, instead of a dungeon, it looks like a cheap movie set, if it's done only on one side. So yeah, it looks fine from one side, but when you're playing the game, you're not all just looking at it from the inside, because it's pretty small. You can't get in, right? Your players can't get inside, so they're seeing the outside of these tiles as well. Started making sure that we were finishing the fronts and the backs of these things. Again, the first application goes with the grain to get it into the grain, and then across to get it to settle into the wood grain pattern, because we want that to show. And try to get all the sides, and then do the top where I was holding it. Somewhere else. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 walls. Get those done first so that the wash can dry. When the wash is dry, then I can paint the stucco there. And then they will be done. They will look gorgeous. It's possible also to put a wash on the stucco after it's painted, if you want it to look really filthy. I mean, you can do all sorts of highlighting stuff to make things look dirty or worn. If you're doing specialized things, we are just doing it this way again so that pieces from different dungeon sets are compatible with each other. And squeeze just a little more out of here to finish this tile, and then I'm going to have to give this a stir to make sure it's not settling. If the pigment settles on the bottom, then the wash becomes darker and we lose our uniformity, which is one of the things we're going for here. Just between sets, but definitely within a set. Tried to get just the right amount, and then didn't. And I got a little too much to finish this, but not enough to finish another. I don't want it to just set there because it'll dry on me and I won't be able to use it. So I will just start another one. It might not get very far on it, but at least I won't waste any wash. Move it here. Now that I remembered how to hold these, it's going a little better. This was working before. How come it's not working this time? Because you're not doing it the same. Got cross beams front and back, but now, like I said, I want to stir this up to make sure it's not settling. Yep, so we do front and back and the sides all the way down to the base, and then they look good and they don't look unfinished. Some of the first ones we did, started making our own tiles, to show to use in our stream and in our campaign. First ones we did, we didn't paint down here on the sides, or at least not very carefully, thinking that it really wouldn't show, because when you put them together, this side and this side, you can't see the sides, but when you look at the back, you can see that. And anyway. Okay. So now we go out of our way to make sure that they are finished nicely on all visible surfaces. Not much to talk about today. On Friday, we got to talk about condo associations and condo board meetings and controversies and all sorts of things, but nothing really is coming to mind today. So I guess I'll just talk about the painting, at least, in terms of what I'm doing, rather than getting into any kind of speculative chats. Yeah, watching the Rolex 24, kind of like auto racing. I know that, it's controversial now because of, burning fossil fuels and all of that, although even though each individual race car uses a lot of fuel compared to most passenger cars, maybe not a lot compared to some of the gigantic beasts that are out there. The 16 mile per gallon things as opposed to the 42 mile per gallon things. But, it's still interesting. And the premier class, the prototypes this year, brand new, are hybrids. the same kind of drivetrain thing that you get on your hybrid. The commercial hybrid is a smaller capacity combustion engine supplemented by an electric motor. And the racers really liked it because the electric motor puts out a lot of torque, and so the acceleration is amazing. The torque doesn't necessarily affect the top speed, but it does affect how quickly the thing gets going from a slower speed to a higher speed. And so, especially like coming out of turns, yeah, really was amazing. And especially when you compare the prototypes, the GT prototypes they were, with the LMPs, the Le Mans prototypes, which are just normally aspirated combustion engines. The acceleration difference is pretty amazing. Oh, good. Okay. I'm glad I looked over as I'm painting the top of this, which is where I was holding it. Okay. I thought, well, have I done that? No, I didn't. I missed one here. That's what I did. I didn't do the top. Got two more of these with walls, and then I just got plain floors and floors with a pillar that represent an inside corner. Those don't necessarily go faster. I mean, the floors do, because there's, instead of a wall with two sides on it, there's just the floor. But I'm saving those for after this because once they're washed, they're done, and so they don't need as much. I don't have to worry about the drying time. I'm not waiting for them to dry for any particular reason. Whereas the walls, I am waiting for the wash to dry because I need to paint the stucco, which I can't do until the wash, which is slopped all over them, because I don't need to be careful. I just want to make sure it's covering. So I can't paint the stucco until the wash dries. So I'm doing these first to get a little bit longer drying time. The plan for today is I did the wash on the doors. Those I want to dry the longest because I have to paint the metal frame on them. And I don't want that to pick up the wash at all. If a little bit of the wash gets in the stucco, it's the same sort of, it's a general brown tone, right? The stucco color is kind of a brownish color. And you can't really see it too much in the corners, but on the doors, if the brown got into the metallic frame, it would make it look really rusty, at least in a spot, and that's not the look we're going for, at least on these doors. In fact, when it comes time to be doing the finishing on these, I'll probably do the stucco first before the door frames, just to make sure. Okay, this is the last of the walls. I'll be doing the inside corners probably. A little bit more to do on those because of the pillar. Doing that to get it down into the wood grain, which is pretty deep in the print, the 3D print. Let's do that and then do vertical. You know, if there's going to be grain, those are flat surfaces, but if there's going to be variation, you want it to look grainy. But in the print, there's little undulations horizontal, because that's how the filament is laid down. So if you brush it like that, initially it doesn't cover it. But like that it does. And then once it's got the wash on it, then you can streak it, and just say, like the wood grain is vertical. And the same sort of thing here on the floor. I work the paint down into the wood grain and then go across it so that the wash is thicker, darker on the inside of the grain than the top, at least by a little bit, and then that makes it, you can see the grain better, and that's a good thing, because we want the grain to show. That's why it's included in the print. There. Got one of those. Oh, I got these inside corners. I think I'm just going to hold it like this. Technique with these as well. Got 3 of these, and then there's 3 just plain floors. And there's just enough wash in the well to wash the vertical upright. Thick in the well and on my brush. So I'm gonna not just re-stir. I'm gonna re-stir the wash in the bottle, but I'm gonna clean the brush because it's starting to gum up on the brush. Put that in there. Hydrate a little bit. And I don't need to get all of the wash out of the brush, but I want it to not be quite as stiff as it was. And stiffens up. And I'm going to start a new well because it's all drying out and gumming up there. Hoping the music plays because I don't know, not chatting much today. I know that there is at least one viewer who is very glad that I'm not chatting because they don't appreciate the randomness of and absurdity of some of the things I talk about. So yeah. Listen to the music then. Really cool music composed by Nakarada, who does a lot of just little bits of music that are available to be licensed and streamed. This nice little round wood grain on the top, and I want to make sure that that's accented. Okay, one down, 2 of these more to go. And then after that, I'm going to put these up front here because I need to wash the door frames that I painted at the very beginning of the stream on the gray tile set. Those need to be washed also. And then what I'll be doing when I'm done with that bit is I'll be breaking out the gray paint and doing touch-up on all the gray stone tiles that I initially base coated on Friday. And there's a fair amount of touching up to do on these for some reason. Reasons known only to the pigments in the paint. There's little spots all over the place that didn't get adequately covered. Need to be touched up before I do the accent blocks. And I have to do the accent blocks before I do the washing on the gray. So while I have the gray paint out, when I'm doing a touch-up, I'll also be doing a base coat on a throne and maybe on a sarcophagus, depending on what the top or the bottom is gray. And I was going to, but failed to confirm the color configuration of the sarcophagus before I started today. How are we doing in terms of time? Okay. Yeah, the way this is going, either take a break after I finish the brown wash and before I do the touching up, taking a little earlier break than usual. Or I might do the touch up and take a break, and that'll give everything an opportunity to dry before moving on with more steps. Anyway, we'll see how I feel about it when we get to it. This is coming along pretty well. Get the wash on all of this wood. Wood grain on these verticals is really deep, and if I brush across like that, it comes out pretty well. Goes pretty well. You can't really see it with just the base coat on it. It's just flat ground, but this works really. Does a good job bringing out the grain. Let's say that. Because the 3D printer went through all the trouble putting that grain in. Might as well let everybody see it and appreciate it. Because I know our printers back there behind me really appreciate your appreciation. They all have names. There's, I think, a Savannah and Olaf, and I'll have to look to see what the third one is named. Earlier. This is the third of 3 of the inside corners. There. Stick the floor tile. It's holders, because there's no top and bottom to hold on to, right? Two of these holders, so I'll use this one for this one, and then the next one, and then I'll take this off and it'll just dry a little bit. Do the last one. Need some more. I also don't want to forget the lintels, the door lintels, the thing that goes across the top of the door frame to hold the door in place. Those are wood, and they need to be washed also. I put them right in front of me so I wouldn't forget them. And every once in a while I look up and go, oh yeah, I need to remember those. So the technique of putting them right in front of me to help me remember is working so far. These, and I'll put this on it. Grain and then brushing it across to highlight just the grain part. This is moving along pretty well. And given that I'm going to work on the gray touch-up after this, there'll be plenty of time for the wash to dry on the doors and the walls. Door frames and the stucco. Well, I've been pretty quiet except talking about what I'm doing here during this first half of the stream because I didn't have any nonsensical things to go on about. And that will probably be the case now for the next half hour or so. And then I'll have to try to think of something because just keep repeating some of the things I've done before. You don't need to hear about decimals and fractions and the perception of how much is completed, a sense of completion depending on which you use and which fraction or percentage it is. And we talked about the way in which different sports deal with ties. Some are better than others. Okay, so these are the lintels. Door goes in here. Okay, right in that space, and then the lintel, after you put the pin hinge through the door into the hole, there's a hole on here too, and then the lintel goes on the top, and then the door opens and closes, so it's kind of a cool feature. So these lintels, because they're wood and you can see virtually all of it when the door is open, inside the bottom and the inside and all the edges need to kind of, take some time and make sure that the wash is on all of the surfaces. They don't look like much, maybe just by themselves, but if they weren't well done, they would really stand out. So you need to take the time to make sure that they are well covered, over covered, not over brushed, but that all the surfaces, including down in here, when the door is open, you can see that part, depending on the angle you're working with. You take in the hole and that holds it up while it's drying. Then I'm going to get on the inside of that angle there. Make sure that that's covered. Is this part here is the part that's least likely to show. It's the very bottom of the inside of the door frame of the lintel. These edges definitely show, so they need to be done. And yep. And these show a lot too. This is the back, I guess, if you'd say, the door the door opens away from this. This is what stops it from swinging both ways. And then, of course, the top will definitely show when you look at it from the top, which is, because this is the top of the door. Little one is a single door. That other larger one that I just finished is a double door. Door on either side that opens like that. And when you put these together, you can make the door swing in either direction. You can put the door handle on the left or the right. I'm not sure which convention we're going to end up using. Might be a mix of things, so some open from the left and some from the right, so that the DM can switch them out, because all these tiles can be placed anywhere. Very versatile. I got 2 more single doors and 1 more double door, and then I'll need to do the door frames on those stone walls, and we will be done with the brown wash, smoky ink wash, on to something else. The lintels just have lots of edges that would be very easy to just miss. Totally just forget to turn it in a certain direction, and like this whole back wouldn't be done. Toothpick handles pretty well because I can grab them and turn it any which way. Again, make sure it's done. Do the double here. And behind the toothpick. Just a little bit. Do the edges, the sides. Edge. And the top. And the top. From the way I put the toothpick in is the bottom, but that's the top. I've got one more single lintel, and then do the bit. It's good. Get over. And then the door frame. And I have to use a little brush for the door frames because I don't want to be getting wash all over everything. It isn't critical right now because I'll be using the gray paint to touch up. Maybe I'll just use this and get it close to the edge and then do touch up. I don't know. Did it when I did the base coat, the brown base coat. I did it with two different brushes. One smaller brush to get it, to the contact points, the edges, and then the larger brush to fill in. Since I've got the larger brush out, what I'm going to do is do it backward, okay? Let's see how this goes. I'm going to take this off because I don't want to get the wash inadvertently all over the gray. So what I'm going to do is do this backwards. I'm going to use this larger brush to do the large surface. And then get the smaller brush out and wash the edges. Okay. Let's throw that in there. I'm going to pull the smaller brush out and do the edges here. Basically just paint these the way I painted the base coat. Try not to, I want to cover everything, but I don't want to get it on the gray because I want to minimize how much touch up I need to do. Always the ounce of prevention kind of thing going on. Don't make more work for yourself than you need to. Once these door frames are done, which will be eventually, I'll probably be doing gray touch-up. And then these door frames will be touched up last because they've got this wet wash on them. But there's a lot of floors and pillars and things that need some gray touching up. And while I have the gray paint out, I'll do a base coat on the throne. You'll get a chance to see that. Do is rotate this now. Make sure I covered stuff like that. I missed that, these spots. This is why we keep turning things. Here, the things that need to be covered are covered. And there it is. There's the door frame, and you can see the difference, really, in how it looks. Yeah, I didn't try to. Do not make a mess here near the end of the washing. It's always when things go wrong, right when you're, oh, I'm almost done. Let's just move this along quickly, and then the brush slips somehow or other, and you just get it gross. Just makes a mess. To avoid that here. There, where I got the brown on the gray, but I'll catch that when I get the gray back out. And I will do this one. On with the door frames. Okay. Put this bit down here. Along the edges, the corners. You can sometimes miss it. You come at it from one side and then the other side, and get it right. There we go. So these are washed. Just do a quick look, make sure I didn't miss anything. got the 8 doors, 7 walls, the 3 floors, the 3 inside corners, and the door frames and the lintels. Looks like it's done. Clean these brushes out thoroughly now. Okay, we got 20 minutes, I think I'm going to go ahead. Let's see how much of that wash just it gets absorbed in the brush. This is going to be a little bit of a challenge here. Since I have 2 of these, I'm going to take the opportunity to get the other clean one here. Okay, challenge now is actually the challenge is actually making space for the gray tiles. So I'm going to take this handy dandy holder thing and put it way over there. Move these floor tiles. This brush will be set aside, and I'll be using the small brush to do the touch-up because it's spots. And I'll be touching up. Start with the walls and the pillars, and I'll finish with the floor tiles. So I'm going to show you this wall first. This is the trap thing. So there's openings here. And this wall goes there, and then you just got this corridor that you walk through, this little narrow corridor. And this is all held together by magnets. The magnets aren't installed yet, but they will be. And you can see the wall looks the same on both sides, so when your dungeoneers are going through your dungeon, they won't know that there's a trap. But there's a second wall that is in all ways identical to this wall, except it has this panel on it. And this panel is where the trap comes out. And you can do this in one of 2 ways. If you can see the back, okay, the front and the back, you want to use this wall and switch them out and say you just triggered a trap. Okay, and then now that shows up on the inside. You could do it on the outside, but that would be kind of pointless when you guys are in here, right? Or if you can't see the outside, like if everybody is on this side facing that way, you can rotate it. And there's one of 2 kinds of traps. There is, and these are magnetized, so when you trigger the trap, and that comes out, flame shoots across the corridor. Okay? And then you have to do your dexterity save or constitution or whatever it is. Or alternatively, there is a gas cloud that can come out. So this is a special feature of one of our dungeons. You get 2 of these traps with the dungeon. It's a very large, elaborate dungeon, as I recall. And unless your party detects traps and is successful, and I know our party has, I think, attempted to detect traps maybe 3 times in over a year. The trap gets triggered, that appears, and either the flame or the gas cloud comes out, much to the detriment of the careless group that you had. So I'm going to stir this paint up. This bottle's almost empty, so it needs a pretty good shaking. It's a lot of pigment and not much salt. Should get the thinner out. We have some thinner, and maybe put a couple of drops in there at some point. If I can find it, maybe I'll do that after I do the touch-up. Okay, so we just got a whole lot of these. This is just a plain wall and floor. So deep down, and then we'll find these spots like here. Okay. Just these little spots everywhere. This was really deep incision in the stone, and the paint didn't get into it, so I'll have to push it down in there. There's a spot here. This is where rotating it in every conceivable direction becomes important. Because sometimes you can't see the flaw from a certain angle, and then you turn it and it becomes obvious. And there's some spots on the top here. So what you're going to see me doing is just spinning this around. The spots are so small you won't be able to even see them on camera. And you'll see me poking at the piece with this brush. And you'll go, what are you doing? You're just wasting time poking at a piece with the brush. What I'm doing is putting little spots of paint on little spots that need paint. So there isn't much of it. It's thin, it'll dry fast. And then what we'll be doing after the doors and the stucco walls is I'll be painting, maybe I'll even do that first. I'll be painting accent blocks on these things. You probably can't see it, but there's a spot right there where the paint didn't get down into the mortar joint. And sometimes I'm just poking at it, just to do it. Why not? But for most of the time, there's just a little white spot where the gray base coat didn't cover it very well, and it just needs a little dot of paint. Some of those, these will get washed. Some of those they'll come out in the wash, so to speak. The dark wash would cover them up, but sometimes it doesn't, and then the light color shows through, even a darker wash, and you end up with a spot that's, it'll just show up in the wrong place at the wrong time. So I like to take a little bit of time and do the touch-up. These walls and the trap tiles are all identical. Most of the walls vary from one to the next, but these need to be identical so that when you trigger the trap, you don't see that it's a different wall. It looks like the same wall except for the little trap panel. And there's 2 trap tiles, but you want them to all be identical because you might want to take, you might grab the wrong wall. So that becomes important when we do the accent blocks, because the accent blocks need to be all exactly the same on all 4 walls. You can flip them around and make them interchangeable. He is unaware of what's been happening other than for the damage that they take. Amazing how just like there was that one little spot where the paint didn't get down into the mortar joint. Just makes the piece look so unfinished. It's surprising what little tiny flaws can do. So since these are premium, hand painted here in Michigan, we want to take the time to eliminate as many of those flaws as is humanly, at least for me, possible. Fade it in different directions. So I've got these. Especially on the top here. The tops of these will really show. For this one, the paint, I don't know, the paint just wasn't even. It's this little, just unevenness. It's not necessarily that it's unpainted, it's that there's spots where it's thin. And inevitably, it seems there's always a couple of these that when doing the wash, and you turn it in an angle that hadn't turned before, there it is. There's the flaw. And it's like, do I try to cover this up with the wash? Or do I get out the base coat and do a touch-up and wait for it to dry? That is the question. Did I do this one already? Yeah, I did. Okay. So you've got these 6 pillars. These pillars are kind of cool. They go in the dungeon set as little features that you can just set anywhere, and you can use them to like block kind of a wall that you can actually see through or shoot through potentially. Okay, like that. You can just treat them as a decorative feature, like a colonnade kind of thing. There's lots of uses that you can put these to. There's 6 of them that go with the set. It's designed initially is I think it's a throne room, and this is like a colonnade on either side leading up to the throne, which sits up on a raised platform. It's actually pretty elaborate. Actually, all of them are pretty elaborate. There's always something in the set that's a special feature that makes it look more than just a bunch of walls and floors. That one pretty well. There's a really deep incision where the stone cladding goes around the inside of the pillar. Sometimes those don't get painted in. Just rotating this to make sure the stone thing, there's a spot there. Yeah. So as I'm touching these up, there's less touch-up than I thought there would be. At least on some of these. Sometimes you just look at something and you see one that doesn't look good and gives the impression that the rest are bad too, but it's not the case here. Yeah, by the time I finish this touching up with the floors and all, it'll be a little afternoon. We're going to take a break. I'm going to take a break. You can take a break if you want. And then come back and probably work on steel doors, I'm thinking. Either the steel doors or the stucco walls, one or the other. start with because I'll get both of them done today. And we'll see how much time is left. Some of those, it's actually a little bit time consuming, those bits. Because it's it's detailed, very detailed work. There's 2 sides to each door, so yeah, they can take a while. In stucco walls, there's like 4 panels, and you need to be careful around the edges. So use a little brush to edge it in, and then a bigger brush to fill it in. So they go very slowly and then quickly. I'll get as far as doing the accent blocks today or not, but I almost certainly won't have time to do the wash on these guys. So I'm thinking, just for the purpose of, I mean, I could do the accent blocks after break, and then do the doors and walls. But I'd like, but then we might run out of time, and I really want to get those wooden sets finished because it's so close to being done. So I'm going to take a chance on having to do stonework on Friday. Do the wash on stone Friday. I would have to do the wash on Friday anyway. I'll consider that over break. I might come back and do the accent blocks, just so I know that it'll be dry. Wash on Friday. Because if I don't finish the accent blocks today, then I'll have to do them on Friday, and then they won't be dry for the wash. So, yeah, I guess that's what I'll end up. That's what I'll end up doing is after break is I'll work on the accent blocks. Then if I don't finish the doors or the stucco walls, the material will be dry and I can just get to those first thing on Friday. What's important here is I'm getting paint on my fingers. Yay. Whetstone ones came out pretty well. Sometimes the paint doesn't get down into these little divots, but I was able to get it in there pretty well, but the rough stone ones are coming out poorly. This one is not good at all. There's all sorts of spots that are not painted. What's up with that? So the accent blocks only go on the walls. So I've got those walls plus the little door frames. These floors, once they're touched up, are ready for washing. So that is the plan, though, is I will be doing the accent blocks after break, and I'll get those as far as I can, and then I'll either start on the doors or the walls, either the metal frames or the stucco, depending on what the time looks like and how shaky my hand is. Welcome back. Sorry, I was just paying attention to this. Oh, why I liked Roy Lichtenstein? Well, his technique, he's not a Vermeer or anything, that's for sure, in terms of his brush techniques. But when I look at his stuff, it just makes me smile. It's just, you could almost say he's a cartoonist in a way, and I guess that's okay. But just the way he composes things and the expressions on people's faces and sometimes the words it's just hilarious. He did several World War II things, planes flying and being shot at with machine guns and things. But there's one with a German submarine with the captain screaming out "Torpedos los," which means launch torpedoes, and just the facial expressions and everything are pretty amazing. And he did kind of like a Warholish kind of thing, but I think better, like with a golf ball, where he just painted a giant golf ball, that kind of thing. But one of my favorites, and this will maybe sound a little odd, was this diptych he did of a kitchen garbage can. Okay, and this kitchen garbage can was the kind where you have a pedal on it, and you step on the pedal and it opens. And all you had was the leg and a foot of this woman who was 1950s style, wearing a dress and high heels. Okay. And so in the first panel, there's just her standing next to the trash can, and in the second panel, she's stepping on the pedal and it opens it. And okay, maybe it's my sense of humor, and Lichtenstein's, maybe nobody else thinks that's hilarious, but just having grown up during that period of time, that was just so perfect, is to have this trash can that opened with a pedal, but it's being opened by somebody who's obviously way overdressed to be throwing out trash. But, that was the old fathers knows best kind of thing that you used to get back in the 50s. It's kind of like it was a commentary on the expectations about women and modern conveniences like pedal-operated kitchen trash cans. Anyway, I thought that was great. And then he has a series of, I think it's Brad. I think I'm remembering it. It's a woman whose boyfriend is Brad, an artist, and you never see Brad, you only see her, and she's always fretting. She's fretting about him with her white gloved hand up against her. I don't know, maybe he was abducted by aliens kind of impression almost. Anyway, yeah, I just think his stuff is hilarious, and the way he does it in his exaggerated cartoonish fashion. And then I know one of Nikki's, who's another member of Dyson Dungeons, one of her favorites is the woman going down in the whirlpool, and she's saying just some absurd thing. Memory is failing, and I can't remember what it was. It was something to the effect of, I'd rather drown than if I can't have him, I'd rather drown, kind of thing. Which was in some ways tragic, but also in some ways kind of representative of that era. So that's why I like Roy Lichtenstein. And then you'll probably want to ask why Jack's taller. And I'll just say, I really, certainly is non-representational, but just the complexity and chaos of his splatter paintings. They're just, I just like to look at them and just kind of like pay attention to, almost feel the, well, and just explore all the fractals. Just the level of, and they are fractals. Layer upon layer of color and motion. So that's why I like Pollock. So I don't know, did that help? Did that make sense about Liechtenstein? I don't know. I imagine that it's really easy for many people to just not take him seriously, because I'm not sure that I don't know. I mean, I haven't read a biography of him or anything, but I'm not sure that he could take himself seriously doing those kinds of things. It wasn't like he was doing, like, trying to prank his audience or anything, saying, this is taking you to the cleaners with this stupid stuff and calling it art. I don't think it was that kind of thing. I think he just really had a sense of humor. At least I hope that's the case. Yeah, that dip tissue with the garbage can, just when I first saw that, oh yeah, that's like 1957. I'm in the kitchen waiting for her husband to come home from work, throwing out the garbage, all dressed up. And of course it was kind of silly just making what, the centerpiece of your piece of art is a garbage can. Just finishing up some touch-up here, and I'm going to be taking a break after this. It's going to be, just a little bit over 2 hours into the stream. So I'm going to recap what I've done and what will be coming next. I'm just touching up the gray here because there's spots that weren't well covered when the base coat got put on. And what I'll be doing after the break is on the walls and the pillars, I'll be painting some of the stone blocks a contrasting color. I call them accent blocks, which is kind of a standard thing in dungeon tiles. It's kind of a brownish color that we use for the accent blocks against the gray. So I'll be painting anywhere from like 3 to 5 of them on a wall like this. And then when those accent blocks are dry, then all of the gray gets a dark gray wash. And what that wash does is it tends to get into the mortar lines and the crevices and things, and it shows the textures of the walls, and they're not nearly as flat looking. So anyway, I'm going to paint those accent blocks, and then after that's done and those are drying, I'm going to go back to the wooden things that I was working on before and paint in the stucco panels so it doesn't look so scabby. It looks stucco-y. And then on doors, the door frame and the lattice get painted metallic. So that's what needs to be done there. Before I put the gray paint away, though, we have these thrones. This throne was done with gray on the bottom and dark blue on the top. This is going to be painted the opposite, so I'm going to be taking the gray paint and basically including the chains and everything, the detail and whatever. It's just making sure that the whole thing is covered in gray. And then the base of it, this part here will be the blue. This one needs to be washed. I'm gonna wash this, both top and bottom, before I do the gold chains and the detail, because as I now have discovered, trying to go back and just doing a little touch up on the gray there since I have the gray paint out. Trying to wash this now without getting it all over the chains and things is going to be really difficult, which is why it's not washed yet, because I've been avoiding it. So anyway, I'm going to get this bigger brush back out, and then just be pushing gray paint all over here. And then the next step after the gray paint is dry will be to go back and paint the chains, that bright gold that you saw, and these little lightning bolt kinds of things. But I need to get, there's all these nooks and crannies in here. Gray paint needs to be worked in. Significantly, so I'm just going to make sure everything's painted gray and then do the details later. It's in there. This paint levels pretty nicely, so it isn't going to hide any of the detail. If I, work it into all the nooks and crannies, then I don't need to worry about having to come back and push gray paint in under the chain later. And then I'm going to wash the gray and the blue paint with the dark gray wash before I paint the detail. And sometimes a little speck of the gold paint will get on, but when I did the first one, there wasn't very much of it, and it would have been easy to cover up. It's a lot easier to wash something where you can just take a big brush like this and spread the wash around and make sure it's on fairly evenly than it is and will be when I try to wash that. I don't know. It's almost like I should start over and just wash everything and then repaint the gold. We'll see. Or maybe I'll just ignore it and let one of the other members of Dyson Dungeons deal with it. So yeah, I'm just getting the gray paint down into all these crevices. You also have a sarcophagus. There's this thing. I can't remember if the gray will go on the top or the bottom. I have to look at the color chart. If the gray goes on the bottom, I'll go ahead and maybe paint that now, but otherwise that might just be like something that has to be done in different stages. The only thing that definitely needs to be done first, regardless of the color scheme, is the little suit of armor on the top. That has to be painted silver. And that gets painted first because the top has to go up to it. You have to work the paint in around the edges. And so if I do get into detail painting, like if I start to paint the flames or the gas cloud or something, I'll paint the suit of armor. It's pretty easy to, just pull out the bottle of paint and paint whatever color needs to go where. And this whole thing is washed in gray, including the suit of armor. So the wash process is pretty straightforward for the sarcophagus. But this throne is just another. It's just another thing altogether. Okay, so I've got the base coat of the gray on the top. Again, showing that it's the opposite color scheme. And what I need to do is get out this medium blue, which is the blue color paint, and paint the stones around the bottom of that medium blue. Then I'll wash the whole thing, and then I'll start working on, the silver and the red and the gold. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do prior to the break here. Definitely time for a break. This will be 15, 20 minutes, something like that. And then I'll be back, and what I'll be doing next is taking this smaller brush with a brownish color and painting some accent blocks. You'll see how that works after the break. And we'll get those accent blocks painted in so that these gray dungeon tiles will be ready for washing on Friday. And that washing is the last step to get those finished. Other than on the trap tiles, in which the last bit is to paint these panels brass. I'll have to try to remember that. Also, this afternoon, after the break, maybe I'll paint the base of that throne too, so that when I have the washout on Friday, I can just wash the throne and get that over with. Spend the better part of forever painting all the gold chains and the little silver wings and the red jewel. Okay, so yes, accent blocks. After I'm done with the accent blocks, I will be either painting the metal frame on these doors, or I'll be doing the stucco. One or the other. But at the moment, I'm going to be back in like 15 minutes or so. So please feel free to rejoin us. Okay, we're back. I moved the camera thing around a little bit. Move it up higher so it has a broader field of view here. So the more it shows, even though it's a little distant, more likely it is that whatever I'm doing will be on camera, which sometimes doesn't happen. Excuse me. Take these off so I can see up close. I have trifocals. And the downside of trifocals is that in order to see up close, you have to go like this, and then there's this tiny little narrow field of view. Hi. Thanks for joining. So what I'm going to be doing next is painting accent blocks on these walls. And as I talked about these trap walls before, because these with and without the trap are the same wall, I need to be sure that the accent blocks I paint on them are the same. And there are two sets of traps, and they're interchangeable. So all four of these will have the same accent block arrangement. So I'll be using this yellowish brownish kind of color to do the blocks on the gray. It initially doesn't look all that great, but after it's washed it looks pretty nice. So I'm going to start with just a solo wall, and I do between 3 and 5 of these in each wall. So I've got the plain wall, trap wall, 6 pillars, and 2 door frames. Get started on this. If I can get these done and that they dry, then on Friday can do the washing on the walls and the floors, the stone. So the way this works is that I just pick a couple, like that one, this one, maybe one here. Yeah, put 4 on this one. And then I mark them on the other side so that, you know, it's one stone. It shows through on both sides of the wall. I picked it really bad when that is. I mean, bad in terms of painting because it's got a huge amount of texture. So it'll be a little bit of a challenge to get painted without getting it everywhere else. But yeah, I do between 3 and 5 of these. It's just a contrast color. It makes the wall look a little more interesting. And yeah, so we'll paint this wall. Pretty much one-handed, right-handed, and so in order to, for me anyway, to get the paint where I want it and not where I don't, I paint up to the edge. So it's this direction, and then I flip it around and do the other side of the block. And then do the back of the wall in the same fashion. So occasionally I do one on the edge. But when that happens, I have to be careful not, since I'm holding it on the edges, not stick my fingers in it. I'm going to paint these accent blocks. These won't take too terribly long on the walls. The pillars are a little more challenging to try to get it balanced. You don't want to do too many of these on the pillars, but they need some so that they look consistent with the rest of the walls with which they appear. But clearly these little details, sometimes the small details end up taking longer than the big things, so it's taking me longer to paint 4 accent blocks on this wall than it did for me to base coat the whole thing. But the premium is in the detail. I mean, that's what makes the difference between something that's really nice looking that you'd want to use in your own D&D campaign and something that's just, oh, there's a gray wall. So that's why we're doing this. And then there's, on the trap walls, there's even more detail. After it's washed, you need to paint the trap panel, where the flame or the gas cloud comes out. And it gets painted brass. It's not so much that, somebody goes around polishing the trap aperture all the time. It's just that, brass is a nice color, but you also want it to be bright enough so that if you're playing, or even more importantly, if you're streaming what you're playing, you can see it. So sometimes the colors are a little bit more exaggerated than they would be in real life. Okay. I mean, if you were doing a display piece, the trap, if that were a flame trap, there'd be some tarnish on it and some soot and things of that sort. But this is meant for role playing. And for potentially streaming the role playing, so you want things to be obvious, to be clear to your audience, either your players or those who are watching. The same thing with these accent blocks. And if you're really building a wall, probably wouldn't be going out of your way to find light brown stones to be put in kind of randomly in your wall. But you want to give the impression or the appearance of something, and you put them in. And then it just looks better. Excuse me. The top last because that's where I'm most likely to touch it accidentally. And not all of the tiles need to have one painted on the top, but because the top is what you see oftentimes, that might be the only thing you see sometimes. You want that variation to be there. So those are the accent blocks on that. This is the other side of the trap tile corridor. You walk through here, and trap comes out and burns you or gases you. I'm not going to do one on top on this side, but I am on the other side, because I want one on top so that when the viewers look at it, they can clearly, even from the top, they can see it's the same wall over and over again. So, good. I managed to as I was chatting. Get that with the brush. I think it hasn't dried, so I can just wipe it off. Having to get the gray paint out again. Or I might have just lied to you, and what I'll do is I'll just paint the corner. Yeah, well, either get the gray paint out or this becomes an accent block, so it has now become an accent block. Let's see. Let me do these and then in there. This is where I want to not put my fingers. Painting these, let me tell you a little bit about Dice and Dungeons. We started doing a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. It's you know, fun to do. And Alexis, who is our DM, had created this very elaborate world. I mean, it is literally a world in which to hold a campaign. She'd been working on that for a long time. And finally had the opportunity to get a group of people together who could commit long term, because it's an entire world, okay? We have so far explored relatively little of it. I think we even have a map of all of it. We don't even know as characters the entirety of this world. Anyway, we started that, and then she said, well, let's get ambitious and let's stream this and see if other people would enjoy things the way we're enjoying it. Because it's when we all get together, it's not just like a dungeon crawl here or there or anything. We actually get kind of, interesting scenarios, retail shopping and magic shops, trying to convince, we were really good at this for a while, is trying to convince laborers to rise up against their oppressors, who happen to be the bad guys at that point in this scenario, and assist us in our quest. And anyway, yeah, it became pretty entertaining, so we decided to start streaming it. And that's when we created Dice and Dungeons, which is the name of our group, and the name under which we're doing business. This business being the streaming right now. And then as things progressed, very quickly it was, having a grid pattern, laying out flat with little 2D, maybe some 2D figures, sometimes was just, it wasn't as much fun for us, and definitely for streaming, it didn't give, show wasn't much of a show. This also always wanted to get into 3D printing, so we got a 3D printer and started printing some primitive dungeon tile things. There were some walls and floors and pillars and, rocks and things like that you find. And started building dungeons. And then we started painting them. And we tried different colors and different techniques, and we watched what other people were doing, and finally came up with something we liked, and now we have these really amazing dungeon tiles that are, let's see, there's even a couple here, I think, that have the magnets installed. Bottom, there are these holes, and ball magnets go in there. Okay. And what you can do then is they stick to each other. See? You don't need any special metal trays or anything like that. You use any surface because they stick to each other, not to something else. And you can very quickly rearrange them in a lot of different configurations. You know, you rotate them, do that, do this. Now you've got an inside door, not just an outside door. Now you've got an outside door. Yeah, so these dungeon tiles formed, and then we started designing different dungeons, sometimes more elaborate than others, and now that's what we've been working on, are prototypes of the dungeons that are based on some of the encounters that we had in our show. And we thought, well, if we're going to be going ahead and doing that, let's try streaming, because sometimes people like to listen to relaxing painting, and that's what we do here. It's just sort of getting the painting of these tiles done, because that has to be done anyway. But we're also streaming it and chattering on about things of no consequence in a relaxing way. That you're finding it relaxing painting. We definitely have the painting part. You're probably relaxing more than I am, because I tend to have bad posture while I'm painting here as I'm hunched over the work surface. Now let's see. I need to do the outside and the top. And then I'm going to do the trap tiles next, and I'm going to just do one of them. Mark one of them. And then all the other three need to be identical to that. So hopefully the one that goes first looks good, because 4 of them will look that way. We tried different techniques in order to get this done. We started just a base coat, and then we tried dry brushing. And some of us are good at dry brushing, and some of us, like me, are not. So if we were going to do an entire dungeon set, that didn't kind of work. So we started using washes or inks as the way to make them come alive, not look quite so flat like you do with just the base coat. Experimented with a whole bunch of different colors and combinations and things, and finally settled on these. Like with the stucco. These walls with the stucco. We've done them in blue and green. I really like the green, actually, but the plain kind of beige stucco is just more versatile. You can do more things with it. Green might work in a tavern, but isn't very likely to work in other settings, so there's that. Anyway, there's another wall done. I'm going to do one with the trap panel on it, because I have to work around that. Like I said, I want to do one on top. I think I'm going to do this one kind of... it's so lumpy. I'm going to do this one. It's just there's just a lot of contour there, a lot of surface texture, which makes it hard to paint, and trying not to make my life harder than it needs to be. So I think I'll do this one here. And one of these two. I guess I could do this right up against that. Just do these 3. I'm just going to do those 3. And then I'm going to mark them on the others also, because they all have to be the same. Really? Okay, the problem is that this block and this block aren't the same this way. So this is bad here. Those aren't the blocks. I'm going to get the gray paint out and just paint over those real quickly before I go too much further. I was just noticing that if they're going to be the same, they have to be the same side because the texture is different. So there, and now I can just mark the other side of each of these. See what I mean? It's just, this is not the same. That block has this kind of raised bump on it, and this one on this side doesn't, so it's that. I'm going to come back with the gray paint later and just repaint those after I've done the accent blocks. I'm glad I caught that before I messed up more than one. And this is the one I happen to have in hand, so this is the one I'm going to do first. Making the effort to stay on camera. I'm actually pretty slow at this. When Nicole does, Nicole's another member of Dyson Dungeons, who did streaming last week while I was taking a break. Everything goes like twice as fast. But I'm slower. But it gets done, if we keep at something. Usually you end up being able to finish it. And that's the case here. Just have to keep at putting paint down, and eventually the stuff that needs to get paint down, it gets painted. It's way off the workbench here. It's propped up against my knee to hold it steady, which is a good thing. Probably will end up doing the same propping up when I work on the doors and the stucco walls. To me right now, this feels like it's taking forever. But sometimes I've watched a stream, either one that I've done, the one that Nikki is doing, and it seems to move along much faster. I don't think I'm not sure why. We know we don't speed it up when we play. I've watched it on YouTube afterwards. And like we put it on fast motion. But anyway, this feels like it's going very slowly to me. I hope it's not quite as slow for you guys. Or if it is, that it's just relaxing. Relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons. Anyway, that's the story of, that was the story of why we are doing all these dungeon tiles, because it started out with wanting to do a D&D campaign in this elaborate world that Alexis had created some time ago, and wanting to work with a 3D printer, and they all came together to create more and more elaborate sets of dungeon tiles. And each of the dungeons that we've designed there's a lot of walls and floors, so of course there's that, right? But each one also has really special features in them. Like our throne room has a throne, like the one I was showing you earlier, and some pillars. And the necromancer lair has a crypt and a slime pool, which is really pretty cool. And the taverns or warehouse or whatever you want to call it, there's fireplace and countertops. Sometimes we throw in some miscellaneous stuff that we've printed and painted. We have barrels, we have crates, we have chests. Alexis calls them scatter because that's what you do, is you just scatter them around. Okay, so it's one of those. And then there's 3 more that are being painted in exactly the same spots. There's these walls. Well, 4 of these are the same wall. Or they could be, depending on how you set up your dungeon. They're interchangeable, and so they need to look alike, so that when you change them, it's the same wall. But even though it's physically not the same wall, because you've exchanged one for the other, appearance-wise, you want it to look like the same wall, so that your players believe that it's the same wall, even though it's a different one. I was really surprised when it chose this color for the accent blocks, because when you look at this color by itself, like on a color chart, it's really weird. It's like an orangish yellow kind of thing. Even when you put it on before it's washed. We tried different color combinations, not just the paint, but the washed paint. How does it look when it's been washed, not just the raw paint. This one was by far the best out of like 5 or 6 different alternatives that we tried. Paint color that is being used, and that's true of all of the dungeon sets we've been working on. Is we tried many different color combinations of base color and wash, different, like 3 or 4 base colors and 2 or 3 different wash colors. So there are a lot of combinations, and usually just one combination really stood out as being the best. Like on the wood, you can see them now. The base coat the brown that we use for the base coat would not have been the brown I'd pick. It isn't that good. But it was light enough so that the wash showed clearly on it, and you want the wash to fill in the wood grain, okay? And the different colors of wash we had, some of them, they were really nice browns, but they didn't jump up like this particular color did to make the wood look really good. It just made it look darker. So that's how we pick our colors, is by testing a number of different combinations of things and then picking the one that looks the best, at least in our opinion. Or being all the members of Dyson Dungeons. And sometimes an outside observer as well. Anyway, that's how we picked this gray and this kind of orangey color accent block combination for the gray wall dungeon tiles. We also experimented and settled on it. It was the first time we did it. We wanted a dungeon that looked really dark and foreboding. Tried a dark gray color, and it was kind of foreboding, but then we happened to have a bottle of kind of navy blue flat paint, dark blue, and gave that a try, and it looked kind of dark. But then when we put the wash on it, it looked more like stone than the stone gray did. These gray dungeon tiles, but we also have a parallel set that are done in dark blue, which gives it a different impression. Okay, I'm going to have to set this one here aside because this is the one I messed up, and I need to come back at it with the gray paint. Painting up to what will be a brass plate. Brass paint will come on later and just paint it to the edges. And the brass plate is the thing that spits out either the fire or the gas cloud. And that's pretty cool too. The way it's designed is a magnet goes in there, a little bitty magnet, and there's a magnet on the end of the flame or the gas cloud that fits in there, and the magnet holds it in place. You don't have to, you don't have to have a dungeon tile with the flame already flaming. The thing can pop up, either rotate or put into place, and then the trap is triggered, maybe with a delay. Or maybe the party is really clever and somehow they're able to, disable the trap before it goes off. So this magnetic kind of thing gives the DM a lot of options that you wouldn't have if this was just one wall put in place. Detect traps. Well, look, there's a trap there, right? That's why we have this alternative wall that doesn't show the trap. So if detect traps is not used, or if it fails, you don't see that there was a trap there until the trap is actually triggered. That's the kind of stuff that we do with our dungeon tiles. Whether you're just playing or playing and streaming, just makes the game a little bit cooler. noise that you probably can't hear because of the filter on the microphone in the background, but I hope it's not a bad thing. Like something breaking. But I'm doing relaxing painting, so these walls, I've got 2 door frames to do. 2 different styles of stone, to be able to see those. And then 6 pillars. And the pillars are a little bit of a challenge because they're round and you can only see one side at a time. So I don't want to do too many accent blocks, but I want it to look balanced. Okay, so you don't want like one side completely barren and the other one have 3 or 4 of these things. So the haphazard scattering becomes more important with the pillars almost than the walls. Maybe not more important, maybe harder, I should say harder to pull off. Probably easier, really the way I should do it is just close my eyes and poke it with the brush, and wherever there's a dot, well, that's where the block is, and then I just blame chance as opposed to the lack of artistic skill. It's just feeling like it's just taking such a long time. Maybe I am going slower than I had in the past. I don't know. Or maybe I just haven't painted accent blocks in a while, which is also the case. When I was on break, Nikki did about, I don't know, there must have been like 50 walls in both base colors. There was a lot of walls that needed to be painted, a few of which are still here. Okay, just need to paint the top of this. These trap walls left. These will look pretty similar to the rest because painting the same blocks on each one, because it's the same wall. Done with these walls, I guess I'll do the door frames. Pillars. And then we'll see how the time is going. I need to finish at 2 today. Can't go too terribly much longer. So I have an obligation of 3. We'll have to see what I do next. Maybe it will be the doors with the metal lattice that needs to be painted on them. Maybe it will be the stucco on the walls. Maybe it'll be next to nothing, and all I'll get done is putting the base coat on the bottom of the throne and painting the armor silver. The armor on the sarcophagus lid. But there's no sense checking the time now because it won't make any difference. It's what time it will be when I'm done with these accent blocks.
time that it will be later than it is now, but it doesn't much matter at this point. I'm not going to go any slower, and it's unlikely I can go much faster. Passage of time will be what it will be. Que sera, sera, mama. Sera, sera, yeah, that was a pretty fatalistic song, isn't it? What will be, the future is not ours to see. And in some ways, that's true, in that not all of the variables that it could affect your life are under your control, not by a long shot. But the reality is that some of them actually are under your control. So to simply go, que sera, sera, you know, what does that mean? I'm not going to cook dinner, you know, because whatever, either there'll be dinner or there won't, right? Stop for this red light. Why should I? Que sera, sera. Suppose the point of the song was, you know, don't worry needlessly about things that are out of your control. But made it sound like everything was out of your control, which is not the case. Or that your reaction to things that are out of your control, once they do happen. But, you know, it was a fun song. What was it in a movie? Doris Day? I can't remember. I think it was who sang it. Under Kids or something, that's, if I remember it correctly. Because that was like their secret code word to try to find each other. Here in the States, and thought they had learned a foreign language by saying que sera, sera. That's how people are in the States. You know, they learn a word or two. Feliz Navidad. Oh, I'm fluent in Spanish. Listen to me. That's how it was back then. Maybe even is now. Okay, okay, there's that. I need to keep this one front and center because that's where I messed up, and I need to paint that gray again. So let's do these door frames. We'll do this one here, and one down here. Yeah, I guess I'll do 3. Way more than I needed to do on this. Maybe I'll just do one on either side on the other one. Yeah, I picked one of these really lumpy ones, right? I always pick the big bumpy one because it just makes it harder to brush. Complain, complain, whine, whine. that was a perfect example of not que sera, sera. Okay. Because I picked my own stones there, so it wasn't what will be, it's what I did will be. Around and go. It was really que sera, sera. I was like, well, who or what fate or whatever picked these stones, right? You just have to live with it. But that wasn't the situation at all. Okay, so I've got this door frame coming along here, and when this is done, I've got 6 pillars. And those pillars are really quite different in terms of doing this kind of thing than the walls. The experience I had the first time I did the pillars, and I was like, oh, not like the walls at all. When I get the gray paint out, I need to get it down in there. The paint, I'm not sure why. The brush slipped a little bit, or the paint was liquid, and it slipped into the mortar joint, and I don't want it. I'll be keeping this aside as well for touching it with the gray paint. And when I bring the gray paint out to do these little bits of touch-up, I'll check the throne that I base coated before too, because I can see now that there's some spots on that need to be touched up. Taking care to paint these on the outside is really kind of silly, because the outside walls are almost certainly covered by other walls on either side of the doorway. It's unlikely that there'd be a door here without some sort of wall finishing it off on the other side. So maybe I'll keep that in mind when I do the accent blocks on the other door frame. Just the one. Where was it? Yeah, kind of up there. Well, we'll see what kind of touch-up that needs. So here's a good contrast between the rough stone, so you can see that, and the cut stone. And it's the same basic model, but you can see that it has a very different appearance. So this could be like a rough dungeon, and this could be like a fine dance hall kind of situation. So I think I'll paint here, do this on the inside, a little bit risky because it's right next to the ground. And then maybe just on the top here. I'll just do this one on the top. It looks off balance. It looks like I need to do this one here. Whatever. It is what it will be. That will be what I did, what I chose. Has determined the future of this door frame. These cut stone blocks are a lot easier to paint because the edges of the blocks up to the mortar line are just way sharper. They don't curve around and have different levels and contours and things, so you can just push the paint up to the edge and it gives it a nice clean line. So if you got a dungeon set of like 20 of these, the accent block painting goes much more quickly than it does with the buff stone. Okay, now this might have been a little bit of a mistake. There's this tiny little bit here. I need to paint there. The stones on the pillars are cut stone, so they have these nice clean edges, but they're also really quite large, and they're curved. So that is another way that they're different than these walls. One thing I'm going to do after I'm done with this door frame is I'm going to wash the brush because it's starting to gum up on me. And the paint is building up in the bristles and doesn't spread it quite as well or as accurately as I would like. Yeah, I'm going to stir this paint up again. Sometimes when the bottle's been sitting open a while, it doesn't quite get like a skin on it, but it... Anyway, the solvent on the top starts to evaporate, and the consistency of the top bit of the paint changes. Okay, so that's done. These two need fixing. And then we'll show you what we're getting into with the pillars. So the thing with the pillars is that you only see like a part of it, right? And you rotate it, and then there's more of it. So you want to, like, so I'll start. Like I said, I'm going to stir this, so let me do that. That should all be cleaned off one of these days, because it keeps it from sealing now. And it dries up. Anyway, it can fall into the paint. All sorts of things can happen. Well, see, I'm looking at it like this, and I decide this one. That's a good one to paint. And then I rotate a little bit, and it's like, what would look balanced? Do I need one that close to it, or can it be this one? So I'll touch this one, and then rotate it again. And here I might want two of them. but then it comes back around and it's that, and I need to balance that, so I'll probably do one here. Okay, and then we'll go around and we'll see how that looks. So doing the one-handed painting. I guess we're going to do that one too. So there's a whole bunch of them on this side, or else, no, I'm just going to leave that. I don't want that one there. I'll be touching up with gray paint again anyway. So that will just join the to be touched up pile. Doing in this direction because I have to push the paint up to the edge, and then I'll go at it from the other side and push it up to that edge, because I find that if I pull the paint in toward the edge, I go over the edge, and then there's paint on the block. Just need to do it this way. Improve the consistency of the paint quite well. Put this over in the touch-up spot, and we'll pick another one. I'll do one down near the bottom here. It'll be like there and there. Then I need to do another one kind of up near the top. There. So, when you're looking at it, no matter what angle you're at, there'll always be one, but you don't necessarily have to have a whole bunch of them at every given spot. That's 5 on here. Okay. Each of these will have like 5 or 6 blocks in them. So each pillar is like a wall, basically. They'll have about 5 blocks painted. But it takes half as much time as a wall because there's only one side. Go on the outside, so I don't have to worry about marking them and painting them on the other side, because that's the inside. Okay. Mark 2 on the bottom. There. Here. This is where you want to turn it to see, because it comes back around. We're just trying to make sure that no matter what angle you look at it, you're seeing at least one, but not like a whole pile of accent marks. It's trying to give it a balance, kind of, Okay, so you got 3 more of these. So I haven't done one on the top yet. I'm going to pick one on the top. And then here, maybe, like I want one to show, so I'll do here. Yeah, this is good. And then it comes back around, and there it is. 1, 2, 3. I'll pick 4 on this one. But you can always at least see one. Yeah, getting down to it. There's 2 more of these left. I have to be careful not to stick my fingers in that top one. So I'll do that. So I'll stick my finger in that one instead. Okay. I'm trying to hold it like this. Third, but it's working. The thing about doing one on the top is to remember that you can see the top of the stone there, and so that needs to be painted then too. It's a set of 6 of these, so I'm going to do another one on the top on this one, just to start. And we'll do a couple of these on the bottom, and then up here. You see when you come around, there's nothing there at all, so Maybe there. Then it's okay. There's a little out of balance here, but we have 5 marks, so I'm not going to do any more on this one. Do that again, with the awkward holding, because of the one on the top. The last one I will not be doing one on the top. Let's do then the top little lip there where this stone shows on the top edge. And I think it's okay to do a couple like that because, you know, you look at it from the top and you can see the accent color. So this last one, I'll start in the middle here and do one here. Yeah, it looks like a good spot. So there. I'll paint this one around. And when I'm done with these, the accent blocks will be finished as I look up again to make sure that that's true. Appears to be. And then I've got some gray touch-up that I need to do. Do that yet today, regardless of the time, because otherwise it'll just get lost in the scheme of things, like little bits of touch-up. Sometimes, you know, somebody else picks up where I left off. They won't know that, or they won't remember it. As it's pretty obvious that the stucco needs to be painted on the wall tiles, and if I didn't do Friday and maybe Nikki did, it would be pretty clear what needed to be done. But these blots on these tiles that need to be turned gray instead of blue, instead of beige or whatever color this is, orangey, browny, yellowy, yeah, that needs to be done. So there. Yep, and I get to touch this up too because the very last brush stroke was bad. Okay, so there, wash that off, find the gray paint again, there it is. Remember, this really needs some major cleaning. So at some point, somebody's going to have to get a X-Acto knife and a rag and all sorts of stuff and clean that up. So let's stir up the remnants of this paint in this area. Get the brush pretty clean. What's the idea here is to cover up that kind of beigey paint and not spread it around. So here we go. We will start with the wall that was marked wrong. Those are pretty big spots and easy to see. And it's that fast to make them go away. That was good. And then we'll try to find that place on the door frame where the black color went into the mortar joint. And make that gray and not brown. Do that. And just check for other little spots at the same time. Okay. And then we'll do these pillars. This is the one where I managed to touch the block. And sometimes there's little white spots that I missed, so just check that quickly. And this one, something went wrong with this one. There it is, that's where the last brush stroke was in exactly the wrong spot. Okay, so all those accent blocks are done. What time is it? It is almost 2 o'clock. So I'm not going to be able to get it anywhere else, really. So I'm just going to do a quick touch-up on this. Make sure the gray is where the gray needs to be. And then what I'll do is, since I've got a few minutes left, is I'm going to get out the dark blue paint and paint the base of this thing. Okay, I think I can get that done in the time that's left. Oh. Yeah, that's the blue. It looks a lot darker. The surface one is dried and builds. Okay. What's happening with this is that the top is gray and the bottom layers, the little stone layers there. And this is going to go into a blue stone dungeon. And so we want the bottom to match the floor. And then the throne to be a contrasting color. This one was for a gray stone dungeon, that color. So the bottom matched that and the top contrast. So what I'm going to do is use a small brush to paint the contact point around the base and then pull out the larger brush and just fill it in. I'm just going to go around the bottom here. It's darker color. And the reason I'm doing this as opposed to like the crypt or something is that if I get this painted and it dries, then it can be washed when all of the rest of those are washed. Which would be a good thing, because if it's washed, then I can start working on painting all the gold chains and stuff. This just lets us wash this at the same time that the wash is being used on other ribbons on the balls. So this blue looks really blue at first, but then it darkens as it dries, and when it's washed, it looks I really like it as a stone color. Getting it in under the chain, because when I paint the chain, I don't necessarily paint all the way down into the crevices. So that paints the edge, and then I can get this other larger brush. And then the rest of this goes really fast. Fast enough to finish in time for me to get ready. Thing I must do later. And doing this, you can see what a terror it's going to be trying to wash that other one. I figure there's going to be wash all over the gold chains. I'm going to have to be touching those gold chains up everywhere. Which isn't, the end of the world kind of thing, but it's just could have been prevented by just doing things in a different order. And sometimes that's how this is like. You think it's going to work one way, and then in reality, it's different. Okay, so this then is, once that dries, will be ready to be washed along with all of these walls. And then once it's washed, it will be ready to be gold chained. Oh, those little bits of chain everywhere need to be painted gold, and then the wings silver, and the jewel in the middle glossy red. So, sharp brushes. And while I'm doing that, I will do a recap. What we did today was not as impressive in terms of quantity as doing the base coating, but I got all of these wood floor stucco wall tiles washed, and they look really pretty good when they're washed. I got the doors that are going to be metal framed and latticed washed as well, so those are ready for the last step. I did the accent block. I did the touch-up, and the gray touch-up for all these gray blocks that are here. And painted the accent blocks. Got the door frames painted and washed. So these these are really close to being done. This all just needs to be washed in dark gray wash. The floors and the walls. And the throne. And these need to be stucco painted, outlined very carefully, and then filled in. And then the lattice and frames on the doors. So there's a lot of detail work left on the wooden things, and just a lot of spreading dark gray wash around on the stone things. And that's what I'll be starting on Friday. I'll be back Friday from 10-ish until 2-ish. And probably, depending on how steady my hand is, I'll either start with the wash at the very beginning, or I will start with the stucco. Yep, not sure which one. I'll probably start with the wash, just to get these done. There's a lot of them. And then I'll have the throne washed. And so after I do the stucco and frames of the doors, this should be dry. The wash on that should be dry enough that I can actually start working on the chains and everything else. And then we got the sarcophagus. Can't forget about that. One of the very first things I might do is paint the suit of armor silver. Okay, because then I can paint the lid and the base gray and dark blue. Those will dry, and I can set that aside. And as I'm doing the wash, I'll do this last, and this will get washed at the very end. So what I'll probably, like I said, I'll start with is the sarcophagus. And so I'll do the silver guy, and then the base, and then I'll do the lid so that I can get this finished. Get the X-Acto knife out. Or something similar. There's a little bit of something from the printing that needed to be cleared out. Anyway, there's lots of little things to do, and then I've got the flames and the gas clouds, and at some point I'll put the base coats on these guys so that I can do the detail work on those too. But right now I need to stand up and say thank you for joining Relaxing Painting with Dice and Dungeons. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, with some exceptions depending on whether other things come up or not. But I will be back Friday, continuing to work on these dungeon tiles, the wooden ones, the stoned ones, the throne, the crypt, the flames, the gas cloud. We'll get it done. See you then. Thanks again. Bye.